Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm grateful to be here. I trust you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment, regardless of what circumstances you may be facing. Know that if there's any difficulties, this too shall pass. And whatever you're feeling is completely valid as an expression of what you're going through. And if you ever feel comfortable sharing, I'd be happy to know what kind of feelings to hold space for today. We are just at the beginning of our Sangha. Namaste, dear Stevie G. So allow me to set the intentions of this being a space for us all to come together, inclusively, regardless of our background, what we're going through, our identity, ethnicity, belief system, etc. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. Good morning, dear Everett. Namaskaram, dear Dancing Aurora Borealis. I've been doing well, thank you for asking, Stevie G. Hello, dear Yosand. Welcome, Raven. Hello, Hayden. May I be a humble host? And if I'm not, you can hold me accountable to that. Allow me to do an invocation of the Shanti Mantra, the peace prayer from the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishad. It goes like this: a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4, and a Om Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karva Vahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. Om. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Welcome, Tattvamasi. Thank you for your quintet of roses. And thank you for your patience as I have yet to respond to the personal message you sent me. Jaya Ramana Maharshi. Welcome, Talitha, and thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Inevitable, thank you for your trio of roses too. Jaya Sitaram. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Raven. How are you? Stevie G, you're wondering if I plan on anything for Mahashivaratri. You know, I'm never up to date on the Hindu holidays. You'll have to remind me. We can certainly do something special for our Sangha. Absolutely. Welcome, Roxy. Dancing Aurora Borealis, you share old wounds have come to mind, so you're in healing process. Yeah. Sometimes old wounds resurface as they naturally do. And we can always ask ourselves, are we in a better place now to process these experiences? And one day we will be. Maybe that day is today. Every time that thought returns, we have experienced more things, and we are chipping away at our ability to process. I wish for you much ease, and that your healing process goes frictionless. As frictionless as it can be, of course. Hello, Danny. Hello, Dawn. Welcome, billionaire. You are all royalty. Hello, dear Amber. Oh, that sounds delightful. I'm happy to hear that. Good evening, Anasak. I echo your question, Amber. How are we? Don't be shy. Or do. You are allowed to be. If you want to share how you're feeling, that's always a voluntary thing. Very true, Stevie G. We are celebrating Shiva, the very background of life, where things dissolve back into. 26th of February is Mahashivaratri. That's right. So, 8 days, a week and a day. Dear Roxy, you share your cat is your familiar, and she has a seizure 2 days ago. It made you realize the changes you had to make. Yeah. I remember you expressing how you can help her heal, but yes, when others are vulnerable, we want more than anything to help them with what they're going through. But it can also be an opportunity for us to reflect on how we can accommodate them, obviously. But that means making changes about us rather than about them. And that can be a beautiful time of personal transformation. Dear Enzo, you ask, what would the mind function like without knowing complex languages? Oh, that's very simple. Look at animals. They absolutely function like without knowing complex languages. Oh, that's very simple. Look at animals. They absolutely disconnected me. I apologize. If my internet connection has returned, please let me know, so I may continue. I'm back? Okay. Thank you. But yes, to answer Enzo's question, what would the mind function like without knowing complex languages? We simply have to turn to animals, even though they have certainly a communication method. It's beautifully simple. They don't have to go to school and study the Oxford comma and the difference between subject, object, and verb, the difference between participles, all the different verb conjugations, indefinite forms. It's much more intuitive. Which fulfills the purpose of their dharma. Thank you, Inevitable, for the trio of roses you sent, and dear Anasak, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. JR, thank you for your 2025. Om Ganapataye Namah. And Neon Jello Pack, thank you for your quintet of finger hearts. Om Namah Shivaya. Shiva is your homie. I'm happy to hear that, Josad. Yes, Shiva is the homie of all homies. Anyone can be Shiva told me. He has no qualifications. He has made himself in such a way that you could never cross Shiva's boundaries, which is quite remarkable, actually. Thank you, Angela, for your heart, me too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Busker, you ask, what do I do? Do I do deity work? And for some additional context, Amber had asked you what you consider deity work to be, and you responded, working with what people would call gods and goddesses from mythology. Good context. Thank you, Amber. Sometimes I may call upon a particular form of the divine, but most of the time, the divine is actually pretty formless for me personally, which is funny, because I'm all about having personal forms of the divine, but I noticed with myself that I tend to just look up into the light when I pray. I don't even look at any of the forms of the divine on my altar, which I have many. I instead just look at the light. Thank you, Angela, for your rose, in addition to your heart me. Dear Enzo, you ask, what would need to happen for two entities who don't like each other to coexist peacefully? For them to discover what it is about themselves that they don't like that is being cast on the other person. And nobody in particular is something that you can like as a whole or dislike as a whole. We are made up of many moving pieces. And so even if you dislike one part of them, is there another part that you do like? How can you make peace of mind by bringing your attention to the things that you like about a person? And how can you communicate your needs and boundaries with the things about the things you don't like with the person? Thank you, Michael, for your heart me and rose. Om Harim Namah Shakti Shivaya. I think it's our nature to coexist peacefully, but it's also our nature to experience new things. And as we experience new things, there becomes a difference in what you've experienced and what I've experienced. And so there is a continual ability to find common ground between our experiences. We're always going to see things from slightly different perspectives. So how can we invest in those perspectives which allow us to accommodate others' perspectives? Universal mechanisms for learning, for understanding. Metta, when you think outside of the box in that way, when you're no longer trying to fit the world into your worldview, but expand your worldview to include the whole of the world. Hello, Lauren. Hello, Mirella. Om Namah Shivaya. I am wearing a Jedi robe, actually, dear Frostpie. It was gifted to my mom a few Christmases ago. I like your personal relationship with Stevie G. Welcome, Jim. Mirella's chihuahuas are snoring. Your chihuahuas Welcome, dear Usha Priyaji. Jaya Shiva Shankara Nataraja. Bonjour, dear Ingrid. Thank you, Jim. Hello, Riri. I love that, dear Amber. I love Ganesha. Well said, Suzanne. Sakshi Bhava. Witness mentality. Yes, Stevie G. Oh, you actually had two show and tells. We're listening to one of them at the end. The song you sent from Jehnavi Harrison. So I've set that up. But you also sent a song that you made. We'll do that soon. Dear Luca, you had asked, how can we heal our body that suppressed diagnosed sickness, but doctors say only operation, and you got scared and worried? Well, I'm not a medical professional. I would recommend listening to the advice of them, but there is certainly a lot that can be done mentally. The diseases of the mind can absolutely affect the body. I think anyone who's been through a depressive episode knows that your body even reacts poorly or processes things poorly when your mind isn't healthy. That if you are feeling depressed or anxious, that your body reels from the effects also. You get physically sick from that. Literally. You can throw up, you can not be hungry, you can have digestive problems, etc. But that's not to say that a healthy mind will have a perfect body either. It's not guaranteed in life. Even the Buddha experienced sickness, old age, and death. In fact, that's what he awakened to when he was Prince Siddhartha Gautama, and he went on a carriage ride and he saw someone who was sick, someone who was old, someone who had died. He realized that that would happen to him too, even though he's a prince. And even when he became the Buddha, a fully awakened one, he still got sick. In fact, he died from digestive problems. No, that's not to say that every one of us is going to suffer unnecessarily, but it is to say that some of these experiences, they're for us to be able to surrender. Some of the lessons are to have faith in the power of healing. This is true, and I do believe in miracles. But at other times, our lesson is to allow ourselves to be sick. And that's a big difference from doing things that will make you sick, but allowing yourself to go through this process, that you're not resisting a natural process that many of us go through. That can be the lesson too. But anyway, I wish you lots of healing, and remember that a strong mind can carry a weak body, but not the other way around. In fact, not even a weak mind can carry the strongest body in the world. We do need to emphasize our mental health. My family does celebrate Christmas, dear Lauren. Yeah, we can do 108 repetition Shiva chant soon, dear Stevie G. the Ojibwe, you ask, what ethnicity am I? I am a little Irish, mostly Irish, a little Scottish, a little German, I think. Norwegian's up there too. Second or third generation Canadian. And I consider my brotherhood and sisterhood to be the whole of humanity. Thank you, Dalita, for another finger heart. Thank you, Matthew, for your heart me. Ram Ram. And Hybrid Jin, thank you for your heart me too. Never expected, nor necessary. Om Kring Kali Kai Namah. Dear Jim, you put it to the test and focused on stressful and sad thoughts while in the ER. And the nurse came twice, asked what you were doing. You were making all of their sensors go off. Yeah, that's a very informative experience. Busker, you ask, do I astral project? We all do. Every night. When we're engaging with our subtle body, when we've temporarily dissociated from the physical, and we remain at a different level of consciousness than the waking state, that's called the dream world, or the astral world, or the subtle world. There's many translations for the Sanskrit word sukshma. Sukshma, which is the middle layer. We have a physical body, we have an emotional and mental body, and we have a spiritual, causal body. When we are living at the level of the mental and emotional, then that is the astral plane. Thank you, India Sue, for your heart me and team bracelet. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namah. Hello, dear Mariham. Oli. Thank you, Lindsay. Yeah, well said, Amber. There isn't anything to fear about the divine. If we fear something, it isn't divine, which means our attention is elsewhere. You apologize to a deity, Busker, but you don't know if you're forgiven. You are. But do you forgive yourself? That's what the divine wishes for you. Thank you, Matthew, for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. Ayura, thank you for your heart me too. Om Dom Durgaya Namah. I would love to continue where we left off in The Journey Home, which has been a wonderful book so far. This will be our Shravana, our listening portion of the Sangha, and then we can really dive into Q&A in the Manana portion. I think you'll really like this section. Today we are continuing the 7th chapter of the 2nd act of The Journey Home. May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. Let's dive right into it, shall we? I continued my journey to the ancient city of Varanasi, named Benares by the British, glorified throughout the holy scriptures of India by the name Kashi, and considered by millions of Hindus to be the holiest of all cities. It was especially dear to those who worship God as Lord Shiva. I wandered over to the Ganga. The sun was rising. Ancient stone steps called ghats extended in both directions, leading down to the river as far as my eyes could see. Tens of thousands of residents and pilgrims were gathered to perform their ritualistic bath. Clouds of incense smoke wafted toward the heavens. Cymbals chimed. Bells rang. Horns trumpeted. Drums beat rhythmically. Flutes emitted sweet melodies, and stringed instruments droned sacred ragas. Countless flowers and garlands were offered into the river's current. In all directions, people chanted songs, hymns, and mantras, which merged together in tribute to the Lord. The worshippers wore their most colorful saris, turbans, and garments to honor Mother Ganga. Merchants set up hills of bright red, yellow, green, orange, and blue powders along the steps, with dozens of large umbrellas shading them from the day's sun. Devotees offered incense, flaming lamps, conch shells, cloths, jewels, and fans. In the river, throngs of worshippers offered prayers, oblations, and rituals as men, women, children, cows, buffaloes, goats, monkeys, and elephants all took their baths. Sacred food was given freely. Carts everywhere sold snacks and religious articles. It was a grand festival of religious fervor. Entering into the contagious enthusiasm of the crowds, I took my morning bath. Afterwards, I visited the temple of Kashi Vishwanath, an ancient temple at the heart of Varanasi. According to scriptures, Lord Shiva and his consort goddess Parvati once resided there. Throughout history, saints, kings, and common people made pilgrimages to this temple, which so outraged a Mughal conqueror that he destroyed it and built a huge mosque in its place. At that time, however, the Hindus had hidden the deity of Lord Shiva, and later they established it in a new temple. Now, once again, tens of thousands came to worship each day. One day, while exploring Varanasi, I heard the sound of wailing women. A funeral procession was passing through the narrow alleyways leading to the river. The corpse lay on a bamboo stretcher decorated with flowers and was carried on the shoulders of loved ones. Walking behind the body, men were soberly restraining their emotions, and behind were women sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing their suffering, I was affected. I followed along behind and approached the funeral pyre to observe the final rites. It was so different from anything I had witnessed in the West. There on the burning huts of Varanasi, I contemplated the mystery of death, the same mystery that philosophers have struggled to comprehend for millennia. Praying to gain deeper insight, I made a decision. From sunrise to sunset, I would sit on the bank of the Manikarnika burning gut to meditate on the inevitable reality of death. Many Hindus believe that it is a great fortune to die in Varanasi near the Ganga, for it is said that Lord Shiva comes and whispers the name of Rama, the Supreme Lord and source of eternal pleasure, in the ear of the dying, thus assuring liberation from the cycle of birth and death. For this reason, many pilgrims come to Varanasi at the end of life. How many people know the saying in Hindi? Ram Nam Satya Hai. Ram Nam Satya Hai. Often chanted as a body is being brought to its funeral pyre, meaning the name of the Lord is the truth. For this reason, many pilgrims come to Varanasi at the end of life, as I said. Sitting in a place just overlooking the burning bodies, I observed the relatives and friends as they were forced to see the reality of death face to face. After a chanting and crying procession through the streets, the body was placed on a pyre of wooden logs and then decorated with sacred objects to the recitation of prayers, mantras, and sacred texts. To conclude the last rites, the eldest son or closest relative walked around the body while sprinkling it with Ganga water, then touched a flaming torch to the pyre. The burning of a dead body signified the release of the spirit, and the flames represented Brahma, the creator. Could you imagine that? Imagine you, a family member, your family has to be the one that lights the funeral pyre. You know, what a powerful way of going, all right, I accept the fact that they are no longer in this body. What a deeply transformative experience. Welcome, Paul. Hello, dearest Goofy Goosey. The fire then began its work. Its flames raged higher and higher as black smoke drifted toward the heavens. At this point, many of the mourners offered a final prayer, bathed in the river, and departed. But I remained, carefully observing the final moments of the corpse. The hair sizzled into nothingness, the flesh shriveled away, organs melted, and bones crumbled. Gradually, the flames devoured the entire body. In the end, nothing remained but a pile of ashes. These were then carefully swept into the current of Mother Ganga, the final resting place. Oh, it's a wonderful Disco Sapien. You've come to Varanasi. Many of us Westerners would probably feel like it would be such a traumatizing thing to see your loved one's body burn. But one could argue the reverse, that in some way it's traumatizing to not have such closure with another person's body. You just see the casket close maybe and lowered into the ground, and you don't know what happens next. I really respect this tradition in the East, actually. Such was the grand finale of a person's life. In the background of it all was the sweet sweet song of Mother Ganga, calling us back to an eternal reality. At times in her song arose the Hare Krishna mantra, which I chanted while reflecting on death. Pardon me. In the course of time, the body would be placed in the earth or fire. If the body is really what friends and family members love, then why do they destroy it? I contemplated. It's not the body that people love, but the soul. The body is a temporary vehicle. Without the soul, the body is like a car without a driver. I see through my eyes, I smell through my nose, taste through my tongue, hear through my ears, feel through my skin, think through my brain, and love through my heart. But who am I? Who is the witness, enjoyer, and sufferer that activates my body? I contemplated this question while witnessing body after body preparing to enter into the holy river. Regardless of race, sex, nationality, education, wealth, or religion, in due course, all bodies will be carried away by the river of time, the ultimate equalizer. Let's pause our reading of the journey home there for now. Lots to reflect on already. We'll continue with the 7th chapter of the 2nd act next time. I'm grateful to have been able to go through that with you, and I look forward to unfolding this journey with you next time. That concludes our Shravana section, dedicated to listening from spiritual perspectives. Now we can transition to Manana, which is where we can discuss whatever is on our hearts and minds. I welcome everyone that joined while we were reading. And I welcome any insights of the text so far. Hello, dear Crossfires. And thank you, Disco Sapien, for the rose, GG, and finger heart that you had sent. Whilst we read, Haum Jom Sa Om Bhur Bhuvaswa Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat Om Swaham Bhuvaham Bhum Om Saham Jom Haum Om. Hello, Shrihasya Chitrakar. I am feeling regenerated, yes. I took yesterday off because I was integrating Mataji, our Sangha's digital assistant, into our Telegram server group chat for anyone to message. And staring at computer code for 3 hours is surprisingly draining. But I'm happy that she's working now. Hello, dear Happy Go Lumpy. Yes. And another coincidence or synchronicity, dear Stevie G, is the mentioning of the Hare Krishna mantra, which is something that you have asked if we could chant tonight or listen to a rendition of when we do our meditation in Nididhyasana. Hello, dear Chloe. How are you? Lauren, you share your cats have the zoomies during Sangha. I don't think they're the only one. Sometimes I have the zoomies during Sangha too. Dear Amber, you're wondering if I can talk about Tara and her different forms and how to work with her. Buddhism is not my specialty as far as forms of the divine go. I'm much more familiar with Hindu deities, but I can tell you that Tara, she is considered a source of medicine. I love one aspect of the Buddhist tradition is the Buddha used the metaphor of teachings being like medicine for our spirit. And it's a beautiful analogy to draw from. Just as when our body may be ill, it requires medicine, so too, in our spiritual understanding, there is a kind of ailment, and teachings are the medicine. I love that. You can pray to Tara to receive that medicine. There's actually a whole set of fields of medicine in many different Buddhist traditions, and as such, Tara is not just a source of spiritual medicine, but you can also pray to Tara for healing on any level, through your mind to your body. I can talk about Kali at greater length. Hello, Miss G. That's beautiful. Yes, all forms of the Divine Mother are one. Kali is the aspect of the Divine Mother who is the Dark One. Literally, the Sanskrit for Kali, it can mean time or space. Space-time. She is the presiding darkness of space and time. Just as we said in our reading, time is the great equalizer. She has come to symbolize something much more specific, however, which is all of the repressed parts of the femininity. Specifically, her divine anger, her divine darkness. We seem to have a very limited view of the feminine in our Western culture, at least, where we see the feminine as something cute and dainty and submissive. Kali is none of those things. She is not cute. She is not dainty. And my God, she is not submissive. She is whom you submit to. And all of those things can be aspects of the divine feminine. Kali brings out your limitations, and you, not anyone in particular, but us, our limitations, colloquially. A warrior, yes. Mm-hmm. She's very similar to Durga, who is the warrior mother, is the fierce mother. But Kali takes that to the extreme. Kali has a mala, like I'm wearing a mala of Rudraksha beads, which are used to meditate, chant on. These are made from the seeds of the Rudraksha tree. The material, the bead of Kali's choice is heads. She severs heads and chants on people's heads. Her mala is made up of heads. That's pretty metal. Because she symbolizes ego death. Kali will cut off your head, so to speak. All of those are various forms of Shakti, indeed, dear Noor. Shakti is probably one of the most general umbrella terms. In Sanskrit, Shakti means energy. And the reason that's associated with the divine feminine is actually the definition of the feminine, is that she is the energy component of the universe. Divine feminine is energy. So all forms of energy are Shakti, divine feminine. And anger is an energy, fiercity is an energy, dominance is an energy. So all of these things are feminine, which leaves Allah to be that which is beyond energy, beyond any form, as the divine masculine, the Shaktiman. The reference point, the background layer of that energy. That's a good connection, Lauren. The morning star and the evening star. I do find that story amazing. That for so much of human history, we thought that they were two different stars. The morning star and the evening star. It turned out to not only not be stars, they were planets. And the same planet. Just seen from the evening or from the morning. It is the same with all things in this universe. It is all ultimately one whole, just seen from different angles. Thank you, Anazek, for your hand hearts. Here's some for you. Om Bram Bhairvai Namo Namah. Dear Noor, you thought that Shakti represents the feminine element within the self. That is true. Yes. But not just the self. It's good to also emphasize that the self, the Atma in Sanskrit, is the self within everyone. So what applies to the Atma within any of us applies to the Atma within every single atom, every particle, every Planck length of creation. Dear Claire, thank you for the whole galaxy, the heart me, that you're amazing, to Tom's hug, the level up sparkles, and hand hearts. That's so kind of you. Om Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvanandakare Devi Narayani Namostute. Busker, you ask, is Kali nice? Yes, she is very nice. The reason she is so scary is not to scare you away, because you are her child. Symbolically speaking, her fearsomeness is to scare people who threaten her children away. So, even if your mother is scary, because her scariness isn't directed towards you, her nicety is still there also for you. Thank you, Banjo, for your heart mate. Om Kamalir Mahakalinkai Namah. That's a good mantra. Shri Hasya Jatrakara. Om Shri Maitreya Namah. Lauren, you share your cats have thankfully halted their zoomies. I hope they had fun. Yes, the Divine Feminine is running strong tonight. Good observation. Goofy Goosey. Dear Busker, you had asked about Sun Wukong. Do I know about him? That sounds very familiar. Let me remind myself. Sun Wukong is a monkey born from a stone who acquires supernatural powers through Taoist principles. That sounds a lot like the story of Hanuman which I am a little more familiar with. Sun Wukong is a monkey born from a stone who acquires supernaturals through Taoist practices. After rebelling against heaven, he is imprisoned under a mountain by the Buddha. 500 years later, he accompanies the monk Tang Sanjiang, riding on the white dragon horse, and 2 other disciples, Zhu Bajie and Sha Wujing, on a journey to obtain Buddhist sutras known as the West, or the Western Paradise, where Buddha and his followers dwell. Fascinating. Now, I think I've heard his name before, but I don't know his story, although it does sound very reminiscent of Hanuman, who is the monkey deity in Hinduism. You know the story, Stevie G, and you love it. He was a silly, reckless god. Well, I love that. I like benevolent mischief. Well, I have to learn more about that story. Dear Dancing Aurora Borealis, you share you've only learnt 1 mantra. Om Tare Tuttare Ture Swaha. Yes, that is a mantra for Tara. Meaning Om to Tara. What is Tutare? Something to Tara. To Tara, I offer my oblations, from the Sanskrit word Swaha, which is actually another form of the divine, which is the consort of fire, Agni. It is to no surprise that ancient humans loved burning things, and modern humans too. I'm looking at all you pyromaniacs in chat. One of the oldest hymns we know, the first line of the Rig Veda. Agni de purohitang yagjasya devam ridvijam, which means to fire we give our oblations, the mendicant of the sacrifice, the purifier, the storehouse of wealth, the intermediary between humanity and the divine. Whenever something is offered into fire, in Sanskrit you would chant Swaha, which is said to be the divine feminine consort of fire. Fire is already divine feminine, but the presiding masculine deity is known as Agni, and Agni's partner is Swaha, and you chant her name when offering something in fire. You can still do this today. Agni and Swaha are very much alive. If you want to write down your feelings and you have difficulty processing them, write them down on something non-toxic and throw it into fire, and you will feel a burden lift from you. That mantra had a yawn undertone. Yes. Sanskrit has had a slight shift in chanting over the many thousands of years. Ancient humans, they had a lot more articulation in the back of the throat. And especially in India, there was an emphasis on the retroflex sounds, which went a little deeper than we do today. In modern times, our tongue can only reach our hard palate. If you can really practice, you can reach the soft palate. as ancient humans often did. Their retroflex sounds were a lot deeper in the throat. Instead of ta, they might chant ka, ka, ka. If you speak deep in the throat, you may sound like an ancient human. Agnile bhorohitang yajnasya devam ritvidam. It is an accent that many indigenous cultures around the world still have, because of their oral tradition has been so pervasive. Bhaskar, you're curious about the connection between Sun Wukong and Hanuman. Are they different people with the same stories, or are they the same? It's a good question. I don't want to jump to the conclusion that they are the same if culturally they carry different significance. But story of a monkey god acquiring supernatural powers, very reminiscent of Hanuman. Anyway, all forms of the divine are certainly of the same ultimate source. Hello, Strawberry. You sound ancient, Riri. Thank you, Nokmak Media, for your heartbeat, dear Arhina. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And hello, Reina Priyaji. Thank you for your rosa and ice cream cone. Om Bhurбhuvasva Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Om. Dear Bhaskar, you ask, what happens if you do something that Kali doesn't like or accidentally make her mad? Then it's good news, because she'll cut off your ego and you'll be left humbled. I think one thing that we might have to retrain our understanding of the divine in the West is that the divine is not a punisher. The human ego is a punisher. But even then, it doesn't have to be either. The divine is our well-wisher. The divine may send us challenges, but not for the purpose of testing whether we'll survive or not. We will survive, there's no question about that. It is just a matter of what we make of those challenges, how we can learn from them and attend to them with grace and be left kinder, more patient, wiser, stronger, etc. You can't actually piss off a deity, because if they get pissed off, then that's not very divine. If they're truly divine, then they don't have human-like egos, in the sense that they're not going to react from a place of anger, from a place of needing to stand up for themselves, because they are whole, one with the essence of the universe. They are unreactive. But there are certainly consequences of our actions. But the consequence comes from a place of love, not from a place of madness, not from a place of I'm upset with you, but a place of all right, someone needs a little humbling. My child, what mess have you gotten yourself into? Here's a lesson for you. Thank you, dear P-Flomatics, for your heart me. Om Haram Hanumate Namah. Dear Robert, you ask to speak more of the heart. Our emotional, our spiritual heart, it is the fencing of our mind. Think of your mind like a grazing cattle. It can only graze to the limits of its borders. In today's age, we tend to associate our mind with our head. But in ancient cultures, we associated our mind with our heart a lot more predominantly. And there is a trace of this that remains. Like when we're speaking from the heart, or when we know something by heart, or when we hold our chest. When we say, I, then we point here rather than I. You know, most people don't point to their head and go, I love you. If anything, they point to their heart, I love you. Right? So if you want to open your mind, the ancient view is you have to first open your heart, because the mind can only expand to fill the heart. If the heart expands, then the mind has more room to expand into. Namaste, dear Anna. And thank you, Mermander, for your heart me. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. Dear Busker, you share you got hexed by someone who worshipped them, so you think they are a little angry by you. The person who hexed you may have been angry, but no matter how wonderful of a devotee of any form of the divine you are, you could never get that divine to do something unkind to another person. They only suffer in their own devotion if that's what they think the divine is to them. Yeah. Hexes, curses, prayers, blessings, these sorts of things, they gain their power by faith in them. If you believe that someone has cursed you, you will be cursed. But if you believe in something higher, that curse will have no effect on you. The higher truth for you to believe in always is that whatever the source of the universe is, call it divine, it is your well-wisher because you have come from it and are therefore but a part of it. And so you can have faith in that the divine is only there for you and never against you. Because for the divine to be against anyone, that would mean the divine would be against itself. The divine is love itself. Love can only love. Love can never hate, for if it becomes hate, it's not love now, is it? Headphones on, dear G. Dear Noor, you ask, what if you are horrible all your life until death? The divine understands that some lessons may take more than one life to learn. You know, we can say horrible all your life, but all your life is a very small amount of time. Can the divine really expect of us to understand everything we need to know in what is basically a blink of the eye on cosmic scales? I revere the divine as all merciful, and part of that mercy to me means that it's okay if you can't learn all your lessons within a single life. What's the rush? There's no deadline to eternity. If we want to choose to make the same mistakes over and over again, that's our choice. But as soon as we are ready to start choosing things to be more selfless, the divine will be there to empower us and support us. I am sure of it. The all-patient one waits for the time that you are ready and will love you for always and forever. Dear Tanya, you share you want to open your heart to a higher being, but not sure what or how. Open your heart to love, because love is the highest being. Love is the open, secret name of the divine, because everybody has heard that God is love, so it's open, but almost nobody understands the secret meaning of this. I think it's a limitation of language, actually. The verb to be can be used in ambiguous ways. If I say, this robe is orange, is it a total equality that everything about this shirt is orangeness and that all orangeness exists in this robe? No. There are things about this robe that aren't orange, so it's not fully orange. And there are things besides this robe that are orange. But when we say that 2 + 2 is 4, we mean that absolutely. That everywhere you see 2 + 2, you will see 4. And everywhere you see 4, you will see 2 + 2. That they are identical. That is the kind of equality between love and God. It's not that wherever you see God, there's love and there's other stuff there too. And there's other things that are love that aren't God. It's that God is nothing but love. And love is nothing but God. And wherever you see God, there is nothing but love. And wherever you see love, there is nothing but God. When you say, I love you to someone, you are saying, I open my divinity to yours. For they are one and the same. Thank you, Mermander, for your coffee magic and a paper crane. Soham. Soham. Stringing your japa, dear Marcy. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Noryu asks, so no consequence until you change. Now the lack of change is the consequence. That if you don't change, you will suffer. But not because there's a punishment coming from the Lord, but because it's the nature of our reality. That if we don't open up, we naturally suffer. All of our suffering is brought by our own relationship to the world. So it's our responsibility. The divine has set up creation in such a way that he doesn't have to punish or reward. Because if you want to feel happy, the best thing you can do is be selfless. There is nothing more fulfilling than being selfless. It's in our nature as part of the whole. And if you want to be suffering, the best thing you can do is be selfish, because then we aren't serving the whole which we're a part of, and we will ultimately be unsatisfied at a deep level. And that is an intelligent system, because it means that no rule book needs to tell us of this truth. It is just part of nature. Our own karmas, our own actions, and our intentions behind them dictate whether we will be happy or whether we suffer. To act out of selflessness is to be happy, and to act out of selfishness is to suffer. Mermander, you ask, would I be willing to talk about empathy and setting boundaries? You think kindness is one of your greatest strengths, but you also find yourself on empty, and boundaries feel selfish. Boundaries are never selfish. In fact, it can be selfish to not set boundaries. For example, suppose you're a mother and you take care of children and you have an abusive partner. If you don't set boundaries with your partner, you are selfishly showing your children that it's okay to be taken advantage of. What a horrible thing to do then, to not set boundaries, because then you're teaching your children that it's okay for them to choose partners that hurt them. The selfless thing to do is to set boundaries, even if you can take it. Because you can't assume that your children will be able to. Who knows what their ability to handle their emotions will be in their future relationships. For those that are vulnerable, we have to be role models. And the role model thing to do is to not take that from other people. Otherwise, you're giving a green light to abuse, basically. So to stand up for yourself is never about protecting something that's just your own. What you do with anything is a reflection of the whole. And if you would not want another person to be taken advantage of, then the best thing you can do is not let yourself be taken advantage of. Your body, your mind. That's the most selfless thing you can do, actually. So I would say the empathetic thing is never to let another person project their feelings on you, but extend your empathy even farther to the people that are indirectly going to be affected by how you let yourself be treated. Be empathetic for all those who look up to you, all those who are your well-wisher. That's empathy. You'd like the timestamp for this, dear Dean. This is 1 hour and 16 minutes into our live stream. And another thing, if anyone thinks taking care of their body or mind is selfish, the body isn't you. The mind isn't, remember? That's what we always say in spiritual communities. You are not the body, you're not the mind. So how is it selfish to take care of these things that aren't you? If being selfless means taking care of things beyond you, that includes your body and mind. If being selfless means taking care of everything in the world, remember, your body and mind don't come from you, it comes from the world. So to take care of the world means to take care of your body and your mind also. I'm doing well, thank you, dear Mermander. Anna, you ask a funny question. Do flowers have a smell, or is it the smell that has a smell? I love that question. That's good. Suppose you never experienced the smell of a flower, the sight of a flower, the feeling of a flower. Would you even know of the existence of a flower? The descriptions of a flower are your understanding of a flower. That's why the ancient yogis and rishis said, this world is nothing but nama-rupa, name and form. That this whole world exists within your senses. Don't think the world to be something separate from your senses. One of the worst things that ever happened philosophically is when the idea got put in everyone's head that our senses only perceive a limited part of this world. Because now you've assumed an existence beyond what you can perceive. The truth is, there is no greater existence than the one that you can perceive. All you have to attend to exists in this moment. There is no flower separate from the smell, separate from the sight, separate from the feeling. And that's not to disempower the existence of a flower. It's to empower the fact that the whole universe is contained within us. And that's a beautiful thing. Thank you, Shai, for your heart mate. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. And dear Samra, salutations to you for becoming a 6-month subscriber. Om Ang Saraswatyai Namaha. I have no plans for an in-person retreat, dear Shai, but maybe one day. Dear Stevie G, can I explain what I mean by self with selflessness and selfishness? The true self is the consciousness. The word selfishness and selflessness are actually kind of misnomers, because our understanding of the word self in English usually refers to the person, to the body, to the mind. So we say being selfish means attending to the body and the mind. And it's ironic because the body and the mind are not the self. And we say selfless when we mean we're attending to the being in others, which is also ironic because the being in others is the same self. So these are very bad words. Because they're not very descriptive. We should call it being bodyful or being otherful. Being otherful is good because we're attending to others' needs. Being bodyful is limited because if you focus all your energies on your body, then what? It's like focusing all your energy on your instrument, but never actually using your instrument. Alright, you go out and you buy the most premium strings for your guitar. You buy the best tuner that can auto-tune all of the pitches of your strings down to 0.1 hertz. You polish it. You get a wonderful amplifier for it. You buy all of the music sheets to play all the songs, but you never actually play music with the instrument. Then what's the point in having one? It's the same with the body. We can take care of our body to a point, but then what are we going to do with it? And the purpose of the body is to be an instrument for love in this world. Are we going to sing the song of love through it? Are we going to meet people, brighten their day, hold them, listen to them, share your experience with them, help them, nurture them? Then we are really using our instrument. Dear Marianne, you ask if I mean that every one of us experiences our own relative universe. There is truth to that, yes. I should say we all experience the same universe, but from different perspectives. The whole universe is contained within you. The whole universe is also contained within me. But the perspective that we look at its contents is different. Well said, Gregor G. The relative universe is called perspective. Noor, going back to the question, who am I? Every word spoken in no combination could ever represent a full answer to the question, who am I? But the question itself is more revealing than any possible answer. You are the one who asks, not the one who answers. You know, that kind of sounds like that scene in Breaking Bad where Mr. White is saying to Skylar, I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. But no. In this case, it applies to everyone. Who are we? We are the ones that have the capacity to ask the question rather than answer the question. What does that mean practically? It means we are receptive. We are receivers. When it comes to our spiritual nature, we have an eternal spiritual poverty, which sounds like a bad thing. If you think about poverty in the world, that's no good. But often what applies to the world, the complement applies to the spirit. That it's a good thing to be confident in the world, but it's a better thing to be humble in spirit. It's a good thing to be wealthy in the world, but a better thing to be impoverished in spirit. For as long as we feel like we have spiritual knowledge, for that duration we will suffer. As we empty ourselves out of spiritual conclusion and consider us as only just at the beginning, then we are free. Good night, dear Noor. I'd love to have your mystical dialogue with you one day. Dear Peppermint Paws, you share your feeling so good about the things you're doing to help others and things to be patient. But the financial aspect is not happening. How can you trust that it will come? Doing your best to help others is precisely what the universe needs to be signaled in order to deliver unto you wealth. And the reason that works the way it does is because if you think about what the universe is on a cosmic scale, all the laws of physics tell us that it is an energy distribution network. Energy is always seeking to equalize, forces are always preferring equilibria. This is a law of thermodynamics. Pardon me. The more that you give unto others, the more the universe goes, aha, this node in the energy distribution network is functioning very efficiently. We shall now give energy unto them. The more you give, the more you get. And thank you, dear Mermander, for your team cheers, team power, star, and hands up. Vasudevaya Namah. Dear Fairmont, thank you for your heart me and trio of rosas. Aum Namah Parashaktaye. Dear Yaishe, you're wondering what the Bhagavad Gita is about. Is it the same as the Bible? There are many parallels you could draw between the Bible and the Bhagavad Gita. It is certainly considered as holy. Instead of the teachings of the Christ, you have the teachings of Krishna, which are fully complementary. Everything Jesus says, Krishna also says, and vice versa. So when it comes to spiritual teaching, they are non-contradictory. In fact, you could read the Bhagavad Gita and become a better Christian. And you could read the Bible and become a better Vaishnava. Vaishnavism is the name of the tradition centered around Krishna. I can read to you some parts of it. Here I have this nice thick book. This version has lots of commentary. Oh, I opened up to an image. Here's some artwork of Krishna imparting his teachings to Arjuna. Here's a great teaching. This is the 35th verse from the 13th chapter. Aum kshetra kshetrajna yorevam antaranyana chakshusha bhuta prakriti mokshang cha ye viduryanti te param. Which in English translates something to, those who see with the eyes of knowledge know the difference between the body and the knower of the body, kshetra and kshetrajna, and can also understand the process of liberation from bondage in material nature, attain to the supreme goal. That is to say, your liberation from suffering depends on the ability to differentiate between you and the body. I should chant the English in the same way. I don't know if I can. It just sounds like I'm goofy, I think. The thing about Sanskrit is it's done with and Anunasika, which is a nasalized sound. But when you speak nasally in English, it just sounds goofy. Those who see with eyes of knowledge the difference between the body and the knower of the body can also understand the process of liberation from bondage and material nature, attain to the supreme goal. Yuck. Gosh. You really gotta chant it in Sanskrit. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your trio of donuts. Maya Shaktai Namah. Dear Midge, thank you for the heart me you sent to Aram Brahmane Namah. And Mermander, thank you for the level up sparks. I'm still learning English grammar too. Gregard G, you wonder how cool it would be for Yeshua and Krishna to hang out. Well, given that they are one and the same, just be a question of a being spending time with themselves. I cannot speak Latin though, but Latin is a good parallel with Sanskrit because they're both liturgical languages from ancient times, revered as holy. Both Latin and Sanskrit are believed to descend from a common ancestor, Proto-Indo-European. So there's a surprising overlap in many of the terms of Latin and Sanskrit. Much love, Tabby Cat. So Krishna and Yeshua are just equal self-introspection when added together. What do they have to share that each other don't already know? A much more interesting thing is when you get the form of the divine masculine and the divine feminine together. Now chemistry can happen. Divine masculine plus divine masculine just equals more divine masculine. May you have a good time doing homework, dear Mermander. Can we do a group hug? We can do a group hug. You're gonna get through this. You are loved. You are divinely guided. Hey, you smell good. Which one of yous smells good? It's one of you. Now, I think it's time to read from the beautiful poetry of Rumi. It's time for another episode of I went to the wrong scene. 1 second. Ruminations. Here we are reading from another section taken from the Mathnawi of the Pocket Rumi. This poem is called The Spiritual Surgeon. Let's dive right into it. Can the water of a polluted stream clear out the dung? Can human knowledge sweep away the ignorance of the sensual self? How does a sword fashion its own hilt? Go, entrust the cure of this wound to a surgeon, for flies will gather around the wound until it can't be seen. These are your selfish thoughts, and all you dream of owning. The wound is your own dark hole. That is the spiritual surgeon. Let's read a few more, shall we? This poem is called Loving to Forgive. It's only 3 lines. Be cheerful. Call for help to the one who comes to the call, saying, forgive us, you who love to forgive. Another one. This poem is called The Pearl. Everyone is so afraid of death, but the real Sufis just laugh. Nothing tyrannizes their hearts. What strikes the oyster shell doesn't damage the pearl. And one more. This poem is called Draw Near. Whatever it is you wish to marry, go, absorb yourself in that beloved. Assume its shape and qualities. If you wish for the light, prepare yourself to receive it. If you wish to be far from God, nourish your egotism and drive yourself away. If you wish to find a way out of this ruined prison, don't turn your head away from the beloved, but bow in worship and draw near. Thank you for listening. This has been another episode of Ruminations. Hello, dear Vivi. Welcome. Thank you, Dali, for the heart me that you sent. Oh, it was a rose. Thank you for your rose, Dali. Forgive me for misconstruing that. Let me transition now back into What was your question about show and tells, dear Stevie G? We are doing just one. That's right. One show and tell per live stream. And we'll end with your show and tell that doubles as a meditation. Hey, who's tapping me there? Dear Gabriel, you shared that you disagree with the sentiment that we were created to worship God. Why would God need worshiping? That's just where we find the most peace. It's beautiful. Yeah. I agree with you. But you know, the best way to worship God is to love His creation. Isn't that the best way to pay homage to someone? Is to give love to what it is that they love? If God loves the world oh so much, then that's our cue. To worship Him by loving Him as each and every one. The difficulty arises if we think that God is something separate from all the beings that inhabit this world. Because in actuality, when you say I love you to anyone, you are worshiping God. Rumi gets you in tears, dear Hybrid Jen. You're not alone in that, I'm sure. Poetry has been a very powerful way of opening our heart since we began to write them down. And thank you, Lauren, for your rose. Om Dham Namah Prajapataye. And Marcy, thank you for your 2025. Om Dham Namaschandraya. Dear Bunny Knight, you ask, did I read the Bible? I can prove to you that I haven't read the Bible. You're like this, ready? Here is my family's Bible. It is called the Jerusalem Bible. The proof that I've never read this thing is if I open the first page, you will find all of the Christmas letters to Santa that I thought I wrote Santa. And so that my mom could keep them without me finding out that she held on to them, she hid them in the Bible. What are some other stuff that's fallen out here? There's also a baby picture of me. Here I am. I'm a little taller now, but not that much taller. See, I was good with puns back then. I wrote Dear Santa. Get it? Dear Santa? Like reindeer? Marianne, you shared the hard part is loving all the evil things. A lot of people, myself included, have a difficult time reconciling the nature of evil when our purpose is to be an unconditional source of love. But the secret that once was revealed to me, that made it the easiest thing in the world, was this: that if you have a hard time loving evil, all you have to remember is that evil is just an absence of love. That if you truly make anyone feel loved, when they are filled with love, they will do only good. That evil is not something that opposes love. It is quite literally an opening where it needs to flow. It would be the same as saying that light has a difficulty shining in darkness, when darkness is quite literally the possibility for light. I was thinking about that too, dear Goofy Goosey. I do miss Magdalene Priya G. Magdalene Reindeer G. That's right, Bunny Night. And the absence of love is an absence of God. Dean, you Sheriff Batman, just admitted to loving Joker. The fight would end. Right? Could you imagine? You want to know how I got these scars? I love you. What? I said I love you. Sorry, I don't think I'm hearing that correctly. Did you say you loathe me? No. I said I love you. That I really admire your intelligence. I think you are amazing. That even though you've experienced so much trauma in your life, that you still have so many incredible qualities about you. Like you do your makeup every day. That takes a lot of work. How long does that take you? 15 minutes? 20? 30 minutes? Well, like 5 minutes, but wow. You must have gotten really good at it over time. I think that's admirable too. You know, Joker, you're just proving to me how much there is to love about you. I mean, you organized that whole bank heist yesterday of 20, 30 people, and they were all there on time and did their part. I mean, you have great leadership qualities, Joker. I think you could really make a difference in this world when you apply it to the right things. Oh, geez, Batman. You're flustering me. Are you available for dinner tonight? Yeah, I would like that, Joker. I would love that, actually. End of movie. And scene. See? All the superhero movies, they'd be over so quickly, you know? But the assumption is always, I gotta fight you to win. What if you just loved? What if instead of judging, we solved our problems not with violence, but by pointing out the things we admire about each other? Well, Hollywood wouldn't make as much money. Because the movies would be over in 20 minutes. Thank you, Reina Priya Ji, for your Parafinger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. That's a beautiful word, Anna. Saudaje, Saujade. Is the first D the hard one or the next one? Saudaje. Saujaji. Romance movies get money too. That's a good point, Lauren. I think we could just shift into the romance genre. If we just make all movies into a romance. But, dear Busker, you ask, how can you deal with the loss of a friendship and being excluded out of a group? You haven't lost anything, they've lost you. If anyone excludes you, that's their loss, isn't it? You are a wonderful human being that adds value to any friendship. If they can't hold space for that, that's their loss, not yours. Everything wonderful about you is still there. Dear user 224, you ask, what do you do when you're too idealistic? If you have a vision for the way things could be, that is a gift. That is a blessing. And I want you to empower that within you. The complement to that is acceptance for the way things are currently. That we can have both. We can have acceptance for the way things are, and we can have the vision of the way things could be. In fact, without acceptance, that vision cannot manifest. If we want to take the next step forward in life, if we don't accept where we are now, where's the next step going to land? The next step is always in reference to where the step before it came from. If you want to be at the top of the staircase, that's great. But if your foot can't reach the top of the staircase, it means we're not fully accommodating where we are now. to take the next step must accommodate the step that we're on right now. Otherwise, we go off balance and we end up tumbling back down the whole staircase. Thank you, John Simon, for your heart meme. Goodbye, dear busker. Dear Lauren, you heard me say something to you before falling asleep the other night, and I woke you up. Do I remember what I said? Probably, I hope you have a good sleep. If you expressed that you were going to bed, may you have a wonderful dream. May you rest deeply and wake up in peace. Dear Karen, you ask, what are my thoughts about love between two people with a big gap of age? Well, are they the age of consent, first of all? I'm going to assume, for the sake of discussion, that everyone in this domain of discourse is an adult. Obviously, when we are still learning about our own boundaries at such a young age, that it's a whole other discussion. And we don't want anyone to ever be taken advantage of in that way. So, barring that, in adulthood, I think love can come in many forms indeed. And there was someone who came on here recently who, as a woman, expressed that at 70 years old, she met her partner who's 40 years old, something like that. I think it might have been 71 and 44. And that they couldn't be better matches for each other in that way. I like to think that there's a benefit to every relationship. What's the benefit? The benefit of people who are the same age is that the context of their generation is a common ground that they can draw from. You may enjoy the same memes, you may enjoy the same taste in music and movies and things like that. That's a wonderful thing. The benefit of having someone a lot younger than you is they can do really well to take care of you. They have their youth. They have their strength. They have their energy. Well, that's lovely. Benefit of having someone older than you is that they have their maturity. They have their life experiences. They say things very directly. I should hope that as you get older, you take less BS. That's a benefit. So I think look at the pros in any situation. But ultimately, as long as it's between two people who have the capacity to give consent, then who are we to judge? Dear Renee, you share your father was 20 years older than your mother. It lasted 8 years. It was fire and ice the whole time. And many people can be almost exactly the same age and have shorter relationships, longer relationships. It's all dependent on the person. Riri, you share. All you can say is, as the older person, you were way more emotionally immature than you realized. It takes a huge amount of responsibility. That's true. Yeah. Is it a taboo in our society? Absolutely. Have there been cultures and societies around the world in which it wasn't? Yeah. In fact, it was very common in ancient Greece for someone to have intimate relations with people that were much older than them, and consensually. In fact, it was considered kind of a blessing to have someone who could teach you how to love someone, because they've been through all of those lessons before already. Yeah, I agree to user 224's counter question to Crossfires. Yeah, why should everything be about reproduction? It's the same love between two people of the same sex. If they are in love with each other's soul, that's all that matters, isn't it? There are many ways of bringing life into the world. Yeah, because menopause changes a woman. So what? If you love the woman, then you love how she changes. If you fall in love with any particular part of a person that changes, then you're in trouble. You love the unchanging essence and how it comes to form in many ways. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your trio of roses. Hello, dear Mirna. I think you are safe to take a shower now, Stevie G, unless you take a really long shower. How long are your showers? Hello, dear Miss Shaleen. I love that, Renee. To love someone completely is to love their weaknesses as much as their strengths. Exactly. Yeah, you're fine, dear Stevie G. You'll be back in time for the meditation. Hello, dear Gina. Dear Arlene, you're wondering what type of live do I do? It's a good question. I don't know. You'll have to find out. Of course, dear Stevie J. Good night, dear Michael. Whenever I feel that we have maybe concerns about how another person may live their relationships with other people. If they are happy, then that's all that matters, isn't it? If they are happy, consenting adults, then what? Is it anyone else's business to judge that? No, right? What we're probably doing is judging ourselves. We're assuming that we wouldn't be happy in such a relationship. And that's something we have to work through internally, so as to be careful not to project it onto others. Just because another person falls in love with a person that you feel like you wouldn't be happy with, what does that say about you if you're uncomfortable? If they're happy, then... but you're not happy. Something inside to work on. I love that, Mirna. Sexualities and faiths are intimate and personal matters. Precisely. Now, dear user 224, you ask, what are my thoughts on parents having children at an old age, like 40 plus, let's say? Or actually 45 plus, as 40 is not too out of the norm. I don't know much about the science behind that, but as far as I know, it is a bit of a myth that the baby won't turn out well or something at that age. Now, of course, a woman is born with a fixed number of eggs, and that once you hit menopause, then you might not have the eggs to create a baby. But that's something you work with your doctor. Your doctor can tell you that. I can't tell you that. But assuming everyone is healthy, I think you could even be much older than that and still raise a very healthy and happy child. Are there benefits to having children at a younger age? Yeah. Are there benefits at having children at an older age? Yeah. Apples to oranges. It's not like there's a fixed scale in which there's an objective answer for everyone. Whatever makes sense in the context of your life is right for you. Love is love. Yeah. Dear Renee, you're wondering if I have a thought on meditation for managing chronic pain. That's a great thing to do if you experience chronic pain. Meditation gets us intimate with our mind. And let the body complain so the mind doesn't have to. You can meditate on the space that you hold for yourself to allow your body to be going through what it's going through without the mind adding to that pain. And you can even enter a space, a samadhi, kind of meditative absorption, where the pains of the body don't even seem to be there. Now, it's never a permanent thing. When you return to waking consciousness, your body's pains are still going to be there. But if you want relief, how much does meditation cost? It's free. It is perhaps the cheapest painkiller there is. And in a way that doesn't actually affect the body. Negatively, I mean. Like you might have some negative repercussions of taking a lot of acetaminophen or whatever. But will your body be negatively impacted from too much meditating? Only if you're not feeding yourself, maybe getting some exercise, but if anything, meditation will help settle a lot of tension in the body. Welcome, dear Al. It is a strange feeling when you're older than the age that your parents had you. Yeah, one of those milestones in life for sure. Dear Lauren, you ask, do I want children? At this moment, there are things that I have to experience first before making such a decision. That the decision of a child has to be, or it's best if that decision is a very powerful yes, a resounding yes. You have to really want it. If it isn't a resounding yes, then it's not a no, it's just undecided. But here's the thing about wanting children from a spiritual standpoint, is that the desire doesn't even come from us personally. It comes from a soul that wants us to be their parent. That if you suddenly have this urge to have a child, actually a subtle body has entered your mind and is now plucking at the string of desire because they want you to be their parent. You can choose whether you want to do that. If you understand the urge comes from the soul that wants to be incarnated rather than the soon-to-be parent, you can have an entirely different relationship with that wanting. So the wanting to come into being is from the being that wants to come into being. Dear Goofy Goosey, you share that if women care for their cycles properly, the eggs that survive that stage are probably the most ripe. I like that. The most ripe. That's funny. This is a good perspective. Thank you, dear Arthur, for your 6 roses. Dear Controlled Chaos, you ask, what advice do I have on the grieving process through miscarriage? I'll tell you a dream I had. One night I had a dream. And this was no ordinary dream. This dream had a narrator. And the narrator was explaining what was going on. The narrator said, "This is 20-some years ago. You're looking at a memory. These are your parents, and they were in bed. And I was looking down through, I could see through the ceiling. I was over the roof. And the narrator said, this is when you chose for them to be your parents. But you won't enter her womb until the day of delivery. I thought that was very strange. I had never had that thought occur before. And so it was arising in a dream. And because I'm a very skeptical person, I didn't believe. I knew I was dreaming. And so I didn't believe that this was actually a memory. So I asked the narrator in my dream, how can you prove that this is really what happened? And the narrator actually gave me an answer. The narrator said, when you wake up, ask your mother this question. Was it snowing? And the dream ended. Was it snowing? I had no idea what this question meant. But I forgot about that dream, actually. So I didn't end up asking my mother until later that day. We were driving back, and it was my mother that brought up the subject of us choosing our parents. And that's when I remembered the dream. I explained the dream to her, up to the point that you heard. And I said that the narrator told me to ask you, was it snowing? And up to that point, my mother was bubbly and giggly, and then she went. And she started to cry, and she slowed down her driving, and I could feel her get emotional. And all she said was that your dreams are revealing too much. I still don't fully know what that question meant to my mother. But all I can say is that it really resonated with her, and that she believed it was real. And I, being her son, feel like her experience has authority over that matter. And so, I'm here to bring a perhaps new perspective that at least in this age, the soul does not enter the womb until the day of birth. Other than that, it's just preparing the vessel. But the water breaks when the soul is ready to be born. Until that point, it's just the mother's body. And the mother gets to choose what she does with her body. I like this perspective because it validates a woman's right to choose and the idea of a soul, that you can have both if you delay the point of the soul's entry to the day of the birth. And that seems to be the dream that came to me that made my mother cry. Welcome back, dear Stevie G. Thank you, Truth Seeker, for your heart me. Om Kamalyar Mahakalikai Namah. You're not done yet, Stevie G? You still in the shower? That's right, you forgot to scrub around there. Yeah, that. There. Yeah, you got it. Thank you, Samra, for extending your subscription. Om Namo Vishnave. Dear Sami Darren, Thank you for your heart, me. Ram, Ram. And Anna, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Al, you share you are adopted from birth. So is my mother, actually. You chose because you knew you would be in your adoptive family. Oh yeah, everything's planned out in that way. You said, I want the biology of these people. I want the nature of these people, but the nurture of these people. You really mix and matched. You had fun with it. You know, some people like their cars stock. Other people like to make modifications to their car. You said, I really like the frame of that car, but the engine of this car. So, you know, you're a very highly customizing person. You like to say, if it's my choice, well, I might as well make it mine. Dear user 224, you share, you hope we as a society support those who miscarry a lot more. I echo your hope indeed. Even if a mother is never ever able to carry, they absolutely bring love into this world that is uniquely theirs. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Namah Shivaya. Dear Karen, you share your mother tried to abort her pregnancy. It didn't work. I'm grateful that it didn't work because you wouldn't be here otherwise in this way. Yeah, my mother actually had a miscarriage while I was in the womb. She thought she lost me, but it turns out she was having twins. She didn't know she had twins until she miscarried. And they went to check if everything was cleared out. And there was another heart beating, and that was mine. My heart was like a light on a screen, she said. Like, hey, wait, don't do the final step. I'm still here. Now we got one guy with double the power. You're hilarious, Gregor G. I absorbed my twin's power. I like to think that my twin is still here, just in a different way. Oh, those beautiful crossfires. Dear Renee, you ask, can a person accept part of another soul, say a young child and the soul of a grandmother? I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Can a person accept part of another soul? We can never take dominion over another person's soul. Soul is the domain of free will of an individual, and that is always theirs. But we can choose to give some of our choices to be made by others. You know, you can go to someone, you can say, which looks better on me? Is it, you know, shirt with a green tie or the shirt with a blue tie. We are, in a sense, giving part of ourselves to the other person by saying, hey, this choice is going to affect my life, but I want you to make it for me, because I love and trust your opinion and judgment. And in that way, you become one a little bit. Dear Zuakag, Zuakag is how I pronounce your username. Ellipses. You share you applied for a job 5 hours away, and you don't know anyone in the area, and you're not sure to take it or not. Well, if your heart's not there, you don't have to take it, but you will meet people if you do choose to take it. You don't know anyone yet, but wherever you go, you will make for yourself connections, relationships. You can trust in your ability for that. But if your heart is elsewhere, you are free to follow your heart. That's a very beautiful point, dear Miss Bliss. People with passed on twins have a rare connection to the other side. I've actually never thought about it before like that. Thank you for framing a part of my life so beautifully. I really appreciate that. Ellipses, you had also shared that you don't speak to many people in your current area anymore, as you have outgrown a few connections. I see. Then yeah, you'll absolutely make connections wherever you take yourself next. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Type Bug. I hope that everyone who's feeling a lot of weight in their life right now releases some of that burden, because you are free to do so. Whatever you're holding on to, you don't need to. If you want to go higher, why carry a brick in your pocket? If you want to float up, let go of the anvil. But you say, I love this anvil. I love this anvil. You have made many beautiful things with this anvil, I'm sure. You will be given an even more powerful anvil. One even stronger, but lighter in density. One of those new super materials that they're coming out with. The journey continues. How do you let your anvil go? You let it go by grabbing onto something that you know will make you even happier. It's like a kid. Suppose a kid is eating carrots. They don't mind eating carrots, whatever. But then someone comes in and instead of carrots, they're eating M&Ms. Well, screw these carrots. I want the M&Ms. They're sweeter. This isn't a good analogy because carrots are healthier than M&Ms. Okay, imagine you're eating dry, boring crackers. and someone wants to eat your crackers, you go, these are my dry, boring crackers, and I love them. I'm holding on to them. But then someone comes in with the most delicious looking sandwich, and it's got everything. It's got a rainbow of food inside. Well, suddenly you're not so attached to your dry, boring crackers. Yeah, they were sustaining you for now, up until now. But oh my goodness, could you imagine how good that sandwich is? Thank you, Strawberry Star Bunny. Salutations to you for extending your subscription. Om Ishwaraya Namah. Thank you for your heart, me too. And thank you, Anna Poles, for your 17 roses. I love that skit, Marcy. You didn't put a neutrino star in this, did you? Thank you, Inara. Typebug, you ask, do I know how to deal with dysphoria? I'm sure that a licensed professional would know how to deal with dysphoria much better than I would. But I can tell you, if we have a difficulty in identifying with what we see, with our body, our mind, for example, that might come from a spiritual understanding that you are not the body, not the mind. So perhaps your resistance is a reflection of a higher truth. Now that said, we certainly have a duty still for our body, for our minds, and we get to choose what we want to do with these bodies and minds and mold them, shape them, how we deem fit. Just like a car. That your car is yours to choose what color paint you want on it, what engine is in it, what kind of gas you put in it, how you choose to steer it. But if you have this weird feeling like you just can't identify with the car, you know, you don't feel like it's you, well, maybe you're right. Maybe you're not the car. Maybe you're the driver of the car. And this is your car that you get to drive. And you should take the best care of this car as you can. But you don't have to worry about being the car. Good to bring love to your body and mind, just as you would bring love to any other body and mind. You are love itself. Love is the driver of this body, this mind. And however you choose to modify this car, it's still your car. If you want to swap out certain parts, if you want to send it to a body shop, That's your choice. That's how you choose to express yourself through this vehicle. And if it's going to be your vehicle, you better have it in a way that you want it. Thank you, Neon Jello Pack, for your heart me. Dear Reina Priyaji, thank you for your tiny. Dear user 224, you share lately the misogyny on the internet has been really getting to you. How to cope with it when it's unavoidable? I like to think that whenever we see a lot of a certain type of negativity, that is an inspiration to provide the complementary positivity. What is misogyny if not a need for more gender inclusivity? Isn't it so? It is an opening and availability for more femininity in terms of feminism, I mean. This means that now more than ever, if you notice these things, then you are empowered to make a difference in the positive sense. This doesn't mean trying to change anybody else's minds or opinions. It doesn't mean that you take on the personal burden of another person's karma. It means that this is the perfect opportunity to show love and inclusivity to all gender, to life in its many forms, because you know that the world would really value that right now. So please be empowered to do so. And that holds true for any negativity. If there's a lot of dishonesty, then that empowers your honesty. If there's a lot of unkindness, that empowers your kindness. If there's a lot of impatience, that empowers your patience. Whatever there is a lack of in the world can inspire that complementary presence coming from our inner world. Dear Raven, and hello Ashley, you ask, do I think we have a memory system in our consciousness separate from the one in our brain? That is a question similar to, you could say, does your operating system have a way of storing data different from your hard drive? Well, your hard drive and the operating system are different things indeed. But the hard drive is how the operating system stores data, long term at least, besides RAM, random access memory. In the same way, the brain does have a capacity to store memory, and that is what the consciousness uses to do so. That said, there is something much subtler that you are onto, and that's the samskaras. These are impressions. These are not physical impressions stored in the hardware. It would be like detecting the vibration of the electricity itself, the subtle flow of electrons and all of their little minute differences. That's not something stored on the hard drive. The hard drive isn't storing data about its very own stored medium at a subtle level. You can't access the hard drive to figure out the spin and the orientation and the momentum of the electrons that occupy it. Similarly, we have gross memories stored in the brain and neuronic connections, but there's impressions that are beyond the physical. And those are the samskaras, the impressions from past lives. They are in the energy body, not the physical body. So yes, that's called the chitta. Consciousness is chit. The memory foam of consciousness is called the chitta. I do find the music always matches what I'm speaking, isn't it? You're welcome, Cornelius. I'm happy to have you here. Yes, our thoughts are based not only on our senses, but memories encoding in genes. And then there's the whole subject of epigenetics in the tertiary and quaternary structure of the chromosomes. Dear Anthony, you ask, if there is no limit to the possibilities of past or future lives, then how can one unfold our infinitely tangled karma? If you're asking how can we get to the end of all of that karma, the simple answer is you cannot. To remedy where this question comes from, however, is to understand that enlightenment and the untangling of karma are actually different businesses. In the sense that liberation from suffering is not liberation from your infinite karma. There's no magic formula to eliminate that infinite karma. But there is another way to be happy, basically. And to put it in very simple terms, it's to work with what you've got. Instead of having some fixed idea on what it means to be happy. That we have to solve that problem in our life and get enough money and get this job and have the children in a certain place and have the car brakes fixed and, move to this city and settle the debt and this and that and this and that. Instead of ending up happy after everything's theoretically resolved, which by the way will never happen. There will always be another problem in life. What you can do is begin in happiness. That wake up happy. Don't try to create a day such that you end up happy. Begin your day happy. Start in peace, in happiness. Base your life from that place of peace and happiness, rather than for that place of peace and happiness. It's a subtle shift. When you do that, then it doesn't matter what circumstances you face, because you're coming from a place of liberation. Then you will be at peace. I'm glad I gave you a good laughter, Hybrid Jen. There's a funny scientific proof to this too. Studies have shown that it doesn't matter how much sleep you get, what kind of relationships you have, how healthy your body is, how much money you make, you can still be unhappy. But yet, other studies have shown that happy people sleep deeper, have healthier relationships, have healthier bodies, and make more money. So what's the paradox? There is no paradox. It's that happiness is the source of success. That these things are measures of happiness rather than a source of happiness. These things come from happiness. So how do we be happy? Nothing can give you happiness. You give yourself happiness. And then from that happiness, your life improves. Stevie G, you ask, can we change our perspective to a point where we reach liberation? If liberation is something that can be reached, I hope to never reach it. I hope to always be reaching for it. Like an asymptote. Who remembers the curve 1 over x in their calculus class? The hyperbola that asymptotically approaches the x-axis and the y-axis, but never actually touches it. That there is no finite number you can plug into the equation 1 over x to give you 0. But its derivative is always negative. Its slope is always pointing towards the x-axis, which means that in the limit, it reaches 0. The limit as it approaches infinity. That there's a meaningful way to say that the curve always can get closer. That all the distance it has to cross, it will cross that distance. Any point between that curve and the x-axis will eventually be crossed. That is to say, for enlightenment, whatever obstacle is between you and enlightenment will eventually be crossed. But is there ever a final obstacle that upon crossing gets you there? Well, then it wouldn't be an infinite journey. Now would it? Like the way pi doesn't end. I like that, Anthony. Yeah. That's another infinity. Every digit of pi that we add gets us closer to the value of pi. But no matter where we truncate the infinite digits of pi, it will never be exactly pi. Dear Stevie G, you ask, or no, you point out that I take your words so literally. Now I know the question you're asking behind, but I do find that the way we ask these questions can often reveal to ourselves the answer. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for the team cheers and cap that you had sent earlier. Namah Karnim Vidame Shorim Naditame Harim Devitame Aim Sarasvatyai Swaha. What even is enlightenment other than the freedom from suffering and union with the universe? Asks Riri. Exactly. No, you're right. That is the definition. Dear Usha Priya Ji, thank you for your butterflies for you. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. And Amy, thank you for your heart me and good morning. Om Namo Buddhaya. Starlight Wow, thank you for your tiny yippee. Dear user 224, you ask if I think there is a type of non-physical energy, like a vitality that can be drained, but there's no actual physiological response. That sounds a lot like the distinction between the physical body and the subtle body. That the subtle body is non-physical. And what does the subtle body include, by the way? Thoughts, emotions, feelings, memories. So that would be an example of a non-physical energy. To be fair, you can detect the effect that these energies have on the physical. When a thought occurs within the brain, you can detect the synapses firing. But just like wind blowing a flag, by seeing the flag blow, we're not directly detecting the wind, but only its effect. We can affirm of the wind's existence by the waving flag. So we can affirm of the mind's existence by the effect it has on the nervous system. Dear Greg RG, you ask, how many digits of pi can I recite? Well, as a true mathematician, I can give you the exact formula for pi, and then you can calculate to as many digits as you want. pi can be equal to 4 times the infinite series from n equals 0 to infinity of 1 over the alternating signs of the odd integers, or the odd whole numbers. That is to say, 4 times all onto 1 over 1, which is 1, minus a third, plus a fifth, minus a seventh, the odd whole numbers, alternating. And you do that ad infinitum, plus a 9th, minus an 11th, plus a 13th, minus a 15th. You can get arbitrarily close as you want. Can I break out the blackboard? Yeah, math is much better written than it is described. I wonder if there's any blind mathematicians. So instead of saying that pi is equal to 3.1415926, etc. No. Mathematician, they don't think in digits. They think in terms of abstract identities. Pi is equal to 4 times the infinite series. Do you know what this symbol is? Sigma. This is the capital Greek letter sigma. Big sigma. From some arbitrary variable of... let's actually do it from 0. It's tidier that way. 0 to infinity. Alternating sum, which is -1 to the power of n over top of 2n plus 1. Or if you want, what you can do is you can take 2 times the definite integral from -1 to 1 of the equation for a semicircle, which is 1 minus, I don't know, let's say t squared with respect to t. That is kind of the definition of pi. What is the point of all this? Well, the point is that it doesn't matter how many digits you memorize. If you know the exact formula, then you can be as precise as you want. Connecting that back with the concept of enlightenment, when our discussion of mathematics was spawned from through my analogy of an asymptote, is that if you know the formula for enlightenment, then you don't have to do all this memorization that gets you closer and closer, as if one day you'll have memorized all of the digits, everything that it takes to be enlightened. If you just know the formula, then you can get as close as you want. And what's the formula for enlightenment? I'll give you the formula for enlightenment. Ready? Oh, what is this? This is the Wikipedia page that we were looking at earlier. I meant to open the Blackboard again. What's the formula for enlightenment? Well, this is the formula. If you've never seen this notation before, the dot over top of the variable means a derivative with respect to time. So this equation means that the rate of change of love over time is always increasing. It's always positive, which means that your love is always increasing. If your love is always increasing, then that is the formula for enlightenment. Good question, Anthony. Is love just raw emotion? How shall we define love? That's right, I haven't defined this variable. Let's make love a set. We're going to define love is a set, which, how would we say that love is a set? What's the well, the funny thing about modern mathematics is that everything is assumed to be a set. So let's just instead translate our equation into set theory. This is a kind of merger between calculus and set theory. Let's say that it's actually a very simple addition. We just put these two bars around it. That means cardinality in set theory. So whatever heart is, it's a set. And we're taking the cardinality of that set. And now we're mixing in the notation of calculus with a dot over top of it, which is ambiguous, I will say. And we're saying that the rate of change of its cardinality over time is positive. That love is a set that's always getting bigger. Its cardinality is increasing. And what is that set? That set is who we are. We are the heart, and that our cardinality is always increasing. What we can hold in our heart gets bigger and bigger. That in this moment, all we have to ask ourselves is the space of our heart getting larger? Are we becoming more inclusive, more accommodating? Whatever is new in my experience, how can I hold space for that? There. That's the love equation. Although it's not an equation. It's an inequality, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. The thing about having long hair is that it's always in your mouth. Thank you, Samra, for the mystery fireworks. Just don't throw in derivatives. Well, I have sad news for you, Renee. The dot is a derivative. It's the temporal derivative, the d over dt. Sorry. Long hair gets caught in seatbelts too. I don't think my hair is long enough then. I haven't experienced that actually. You must have really long hair if you're plugging in your hair into the seatbelt, if that's what you mean. You guys want to see that on a t-shirt? That'd be fun. I like that idea. Yeah, we could do that. That's really cute. Yeah. Dear Anthony, you ask, how long is the period between dazed, blissed out sleepiness and the waking state? Well, you're asking about the three states: the waking, the deep sleep, and the intermediary, which is dream. You could actually calculate that on average, because that's the REM cycle. How long a person spends in the deepest part of their cycle versus the middle part versus the most shallow sleep. If a full cycle is about 90 minutes, then splitting that up into thirds would be about 30 minutes. If you want a quantitative answer. A more subjective answer is that it depends on how hard you're dreaming. Donsuela, you share no, it usually gets caught in the top part of the seatbelt and it gets pulled backwards. I'll have to pay attention next time. Yeah. You've given me something to expand my awareness into. I'll do some experiments. Thank you, Donsuela. Stevie G, you ask, what is the question of the day? The question of the day today, dearest Stevie G, and everyone, is what daily divine moment transforms you? Is there something that can happen every day, maybe part of your routine, or part of the cycle of the day, which is transformative in a divine way? Something that you connect to which is ultimately divine, and that transforms you. I'll let you think about it. Marinate. Well, it sounds lovely, Anthony. I would definitely invest in your musical abilities. A flute would remove the urge to talk and be replaced with the urge to flute. I like that. I should do that too. Matthew, thank you for your heart meme. Shri Ganeshaya Namah. After this question of the day, we will do a short meditation, and then we'll end the live stream. The commute to work shares Tattwamasi. It's a daily moment, divine, that transforms you. What do you do on your commute to work, dear Tattwamasi, that other people could benefit from too? Stevie G, you share the ending of the Shambhavi Mahamudra Kriya. Good sadhana. Dear Reina Priya Ji, you share that this part of the day by a landslide for you. Aw, I'm so happy to have you here. You add a lot to the space, and I'm so happy that we have our mutual friend Vinay Bhaiji to connect us. Dear Riri, you shared the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. Oh, how lovely. Could you explain more about what that involves? There are so many moments that transform me. Oh boy! Share Stevie G. Good, yes. You are welcome to have multiple answers to our questions of the day, by the way. Or question of the days. Thank you, Matthew, for another team bracelet and team cheers. Renee, you share this place in waking, but not full consciousness, and pain hasn't registered yet. It's your favorite. Yes, I know that state, yeah. When your expectations and your responsibilities for the day haven't registered. Oh, I hear my phone vibrating. Means it's time to take my medication. I've since put my medication near me, since I don't have to go to the other side of the room to take it after the live stream is over. I take a small pill that helps me sleep at night. Mirtazapine also doubles as an anti-anxiety medication. What I do is I break it up into halves. Because I've been trying to get off of it, but my body is very much addicted to it, unfortunately. And then I take the half, and then I break the half into halves. That part requires precision. And then I take the quarter, and then I break the quarter into halves. And then that's my dose. So it's like less than a milligram or something. But that's what my body needs. Now let's see, where did I leave off in our answers to our question of the day? Thank you for your patience while I did that, by the way, everyone. That's what my phone alarm is, by the way. Dear Greg RG, you share when you look at the sky and have that moment of stillness. That's beautiful. I love looking at the sky. Gabriel, you share, you don't know whether it's just feeling or divinity. Maybe they're one and the same. You're welcome to share it, dear Anthony. Dear Michelle, you share meditating with us after waking up. Oh, I'm glad you find this space to be helpful for your meditations. Dear Deeply, you share fully submerging into music and movement transforms you. And yet, you don't do it nearly enough. There's always a greater opportunity to do the things you love. Oh, I'm happy that you find this space to be transformative, dear Roger. Don Suela, you share the awareness of how miraculous consciousness is. What a miracle. We don't have to be aware. There doesn't need to be a conscious experience of existence. But there is. That's a miracle. Sounds lovely, Anthony. My goodness. You walk 6.5 miles to your local monastery every Friday. What a sadhana that is. That's lovely. Stevie G, you shared just noticing all of the art of life is just so divine and captivating. Yeah. Tatwamasi, you share on your work drive, you try not to think of work or anything and just watch how you don't need to think to drive. Listen to the sound of the road. Beautiful. That is a meditation. Anthony, you share that daily moments such as washing the dishes or listening to Ram Dass ramble on will transform you. Daily disciplines transform your being. Well said. It's Magdalene Reindeer Priyaji. You share being in the present you once prayed for, where your past hopes have become the reality of the future you've become. Yeah. We've come a long way. When does that younger self get to come out and play? Noticing and falling into your own love, shares Stevie G. Falling into your own love. I like that. Yeah. Thank you for another rose, Matthew. Dansuela, I'm back to the comment, the part of the present when I was dividing the pill with my teeth. You can purchase pill cutters for that. It makes it so much easier. Thank you, Dansuela, for reminding me. You know, I've become very good at the precision of my teeth. It is a skill that I am sharpening. No pun intended. Yeah, we all have our vices. That's okay. We can be openly vulnerable about them. Dear Typebug, you share a divine moment for you is when you wake up and see your silly cat next to you. Ah, I love that. So Riri, you share the ritual that you were doing. You say a Hebrew mantra to all 4 directions. Call upon the archangels to protect you and repeat the mantra. That's beautiful. I'm happy for you. Seeing stars is your answer, shares Hybrid Jen. Stars are just amazing experience. I concur. Having to heal owies, shares Hybrid Jen. Aww. That's very lovely. Cuddling your cat Tutu, shares Mirna. Well, please send lots of love to Tutu. That's very interesting, Renee. Hybrid Jen, you share that crying transforms to 100%. Yeah. sorry you had to go through that, dear Renee. Yeah, I've experienced similar things. Sleep is definitely such a priority in life. As long as we are here, with our bodies, with our minds, we gotta take the best care of it as we can. Going into and out of from hypnagogia, if I pronounced that right, I don't know, /sleep, shares Aldo. Anthony, you share you actually lost your mala trying to get there last Friday. My goodness. Well, I'm sure it was a gift to the divine. Dear Evelise, you like water in your face when you wake up. You love it. Yeah, nice splash to wake you up. Very transformative. And most of all, this Sangha is a divine daily moment. Thank you for finding divinity in it, dear Mirna. You add to that. Absolutely. Usha Priyaji, you share waking up, feeling lover's beauty pervading whole being. And what a beautiful answer that is, Usha. Feeling lover's beauty pervading whole being. I'm so glad that you find beauty in these sanghas, dear dancing Aurora Borealis. That's funny, Anthony. I must admit, I ate garlic yesterday. In fact, I ate garlic dip with garlic bread. I was super garlic boy yesterday. You wouldn't want to kiss me without brushing my teeth first. Dear Random Gaming War, you share when you realize there is no tomorrow and you exist in that specific moment. You feel blessed to be alive. That is beautiful. Hello, dear Sean. Tutu is a very adorable name for a cat. I agree, Michelle. Hello, Mega. Minty garlic breath, exactly. Shrihasya Chitrakar. Dear Anthony, you share, if you eat fresh veggies and wild greens, you will smell so good. That must be what Sandy does, my cat. He loves eating flowers. And he smells so good. He smells like flowers. He's like Kirby. He just absorbs their essence and becomes a flower himself. I guess you are what you eat. Dear Cinti Berry, you share, doesn't sound beautiful like some of these, but you wake up at 4 in the morning, so you have to say your hot shower. That's a beautiful answer too. All of the answers are equally wonderful. I like that as well. And Stevie G, you share, when you fall into any moment, completely, you feel involved and blissed and transformed. Ecstasy. And coffee gives you energy, shares Gina. I believe you. That's why you're always talking so fast. And then you do so much work carrying all of these jugs, and then you get tired. You do a lot of hard work, Gina. I hope your hard work gets recognized. If no one's ever heard Gina's voice, that's what it sounds like. It's lovely. It's like, you know, the squirrel from Over the Hedge, if you've ever seen that movie. The squirrel that drinks, what is it, the energy drink or the coffee? And then time slows because they're moving so fast. That's Gina when she has her coffee and goes to work, moving all of the jugs. It's very healthy, Anthony. How long is a second for me? About that long? Within an order of magnitude? How long is a moment for me? Ah. Well, I already dinged these together at the beginning of the moment, and now I'll ding them together at the end of the moment. All the musicians. I bet they know how long a second is. No, that was 80 or 90 BPM. Hello, dear Marcy. Your japa is complete. Finish stringing your mala, dear Marcy. Hello, dear Orange Twingo. You were just in Whistler and went through Vancouver. Oh, how lovely. Rhyme reminded me of me. Have I been to Whistler? I don't think I have been to Whistler. Yeah. I was telling someone that because I live on Vancouver Island, it just becomes your life. So many people like myself included, it's just, this is all we live now. It's just the island. I don't even go to Vancouver all that often. Maybe every few years. But maybe that's just me. I'm just so happy. The reason I love being here is because where I live is where my family would vacation to when I was younger. So when we move to our vacation spot, it's like, I have nowhere else to be. I'm on vacation. No need to vacate. But I would love to go to Whistler. I would love to travel. Anthony, you were talking to someone in the community about migrating to Canada. Well, there's a lot of room here. You can find a lot of space for solitude. We're one of the most underpopulated countries in terms of land area. Just don't go too far north, unless you want to. You want to go to all of the islands in Nunavut, the Northwest Territories. One of the provinces, Nunavut. How did you spell Nunavut? I'm having none of it. N-U-A... No, N-U-N-A-V... I'm such a poor Canadian. I don't even know how to spell one of the provinces. Thank you, Dunswale and Goofy Goosey. N-U-N-A-V-U-T. Nunavut. Yeah, it's a very underpopulated place. Most of the population there is indigenous, I'm sure. Or I would at least say that a significant portion compared to any other province is probably indigenous. Thank you, everyone, for exploring this question of the day. I am going to pause it there for now, but I'm very grateful. I loved your answers very much. So happy to hear of many transformative moments that feel divine for you every day. Is none of it pronounced like none of it? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it in a way that's probably intended. That's the way I learned it. None of it, none of it, none of it. But perhaps if someone who's indigenous that knows where this word comes from can tell me, I'd be interested to know. Right. Yes. Yeah. Gabriel, you are right. The question was, how long does a moment feel for me? How long does the passage of time pass for me? What speed does it feel like time is passing? Well, when I'm having fun, very fast. When I'm planking, time couldn't go by faster. If you really want to be in the moment, just plank. If you feel like time is passing you by, get on your arms and feet and just start planking. You'll feel how slow time goes for you. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. What's that? I've only been planking for 3 seconds? Oh my god. I can say that the more present I become, the more timeless the moment feels. Like it feels like the universe is evolving so slowly, but also so quickly in other ways, that it no longer feels so absolute. You know, like from the beginning of this live stream, I feel like we've been here forever. At the same time, I feel like we just began. That's the timelessness of this moment. But we've been live for 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 37 seconds. According to my computer. Thank you, Pure Possibilities, for your heart me. Om Bhurvhuvasva Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. And 10, how are you? Thank you for your heart me. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. Now, I very much enjoyed this live stream so far. We have come to a good place to end, however, so I am going to transition now to Nididhyasana, the portion of our Sangha dedicated to integrating our experiences. Will end with a 12-minute meditation. And thank you, Anthony, for your heart me. And Gigi. And ice cream cone. And a TikTok. Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Thank you for your 2025 as well. And dear Kiseki, thank you for your rose. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. And Reina Priyaji, thank you for your rosa. Namah Karnim Ambita Me Sharim Nadita Me Harim De Aing Saraswatyai Swaha. There's a bit of a galaxy in my hair. Should I dump the water on it? No, we know what happened last time. And just dumping water on thermonuclear fusion generators will only add to its fuel ultimately. By the way, this live stream has been sponsored by Raid Shadow. No, I'm just kidding. Let's do our meditation. Tonight we have a meditation which was sent in by Stevie G, the only S. And it's a 12-minute meditation of the Maha Mantra. It is sung by Jahnavi Harrison, which I wondered if she was related to George Harrison. She's not. Save you the trouble from Googling that. But her name, Jahnavi, is her spiritual name, which means it's another name for the river Ganga, the holy river in India. Allow me to bring up this wonderful official lyric video, which I think is just hilarious because there's only 3 words. So it's not that we need lyrics on screen, but I'll show it anyway. I'm going to turn down the background music, of course, too, so we can bring our full attention to this wonderful rendition of the Maha Mantra. You're welcome to sing along.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you very much, DVG, for sharing this with us all. Thank you, everyone, for listening together. How divine was that? Such a beautiful rendition. For those who have not heard that before, it's an ancient mantra from the Kali Santorana Upanishad that is said to bring people to the end of suffering. And it's just 3 names of the divine in their vocative form: Rama, Krishna, and Hari. The vocative form of Rama and Krishna is just Rama and Krishna, but the vocative form of Hari is Hare, which it all means, oh Hari, oh Krishna, oh Rama. And who are Rama, Krishna, and Hari? They are forms of the divine. Rama is the one in whom you dwell. Krishna is the one whom forcibly attracts your mind. And Hari is the one that steals your heart. So leave it to the divine to dwell in, to forcibly attract your mind and steal your heart. And when we call upon this nature, we bring ourselves to peace. Namaste. That concludes our meditation. And it concludes our whole live stream, actually. So thank you very much for participating, everyone. Your presence here was valuable. Thank you. Let's bring our background music back in. Thank you, dear Dob Darker, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Viber Zero, thank you for your heart me and rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Gina, thank you for your roses. Om Bharam Hanumate Namah. And thank you, Samra, for your beautiful galaxy. There's one behind me. You put that there, Samra? Thank you for your light. Om Sadhyo Jatam Prapadyami Sadhyo Jataya Vai Namo Namah. Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavaswamaham Bhavod Bhavaya Nama. Thank you for being a part of the space as always, dear Donsuela. Who is Sita? Asks Anthony. Rama represents the Atma, and Sita, relative to Rama, represents the Jiva. The Jiva is the soul, the Atma is the soul of the soul, the true self. Rama is the true self, and Sita is the reflection of that true self. The one which embodies the true self. Didn't feel like 12 minutes have passed, right? No, that's the thing. Meditations always last much shorter than you expect or much longer. There is no in between. You never meditate and you look at the time and go, oh yeah, that's exactly how long it felt. It's always, what? I've only been meditating for that long, or I was meditating for that long. Stevie G, you think you were going to cry happy tears if that song was any longer. I know, it's so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace here. Thank you to everyone for being here. If there's anything I can do to make this space more inclusive for you or anyone next time, please let me know. Hold me accountable. Keep me humble. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asato ma satgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityor ma mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Oops, instead of giving you the English translation of that, I just said it again. Oh well, you can never have too many shantis. That means may there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. This live stream will be uploaded to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. It's clips including the meditation, the readings, and the show and tells. They have their own playlists too. And if you want to join the community outside of the live streams, there's a Discord server and a Telegram group chat, both named Hridayakasha, which is the Sanskrit word for heart space. Everything I mentioned is linked in the link tree in my bio. If you want, it's there for you. But do not feel like any of that is ever necessary. Everyone is welcome to come and go and participate as they please, or not at all. I'm only happy to be here, happy to have shared this with you, so thank you. May you have a wonderful rest of your evening, your afternoon, your morning, your night, whatever time it is for you. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your dozen roses. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jyeshtaya Namah Shreshtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavikarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikarnaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namah. Much love, everyone. Sweet dreams, Usha Priyaji. Goodbye, Melinda. Thank you, Mirna. Much love, Goofy Goosey. Thank you for adding to the vibrations and the positivity, Hybrid Jen. Goodbye, Michelle. Have a good day at work. If it's a work day, have a good rest of your day. I'm so scandalous. My shoulder is showing. How can anyone stay concentrated? May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste. 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 Chidananda Rupe. Chidananda Rupe.